Good morning. Hmm, well, there we go. What's up, guys? Wowie, IWM to the moon. Yeah, bounced hard. Fucking ridiculous index. What on earth have I come back to? It looks like a fucking kindergartner wrote the GDP report. Gertrude a construction crew? Nice. Up or down from here? It looks like we caught a bounce. I mean, uh, if we get above 54.50, it could get a continuation, but we still got a ways to go. 54.25 is um yeah, 54.25 is a little bit of a resistance, not much. But that's gonna be right around here. Hmm. WM is shooting back up. It's probably gonna run into some upside resistance. They're shorting the motherfucking shit out of all. Ooh, VIX 20, scary. All right. I thought we don't get V's down here. It's not a V. This would be a V. If you have a chance, how's Apple looking? Still possible bounce above 220, 222. No, Apple looks like shit. It dropped back to 215 this morning and failed the retest at 220. I don't think it's gonna. It's not even a reversal yet. Would you relax? VIX is forming an A. I hate Carvana. Why? Because it's back up at 130. How's forward yield on vol looking? Excessively high. It's at 6.9% right now. Peaked at like 7.99%. Dixie's starting to come down a little bit. But yields are dropping like a rock. This dollar's kind of just flat. Oil's down. And Q's pulling back a little bit. Russell and Dow are up. What the fucking Dow is up? UNH. Johnson and Johnson. IBM is up 4%. Good morning, Greg. I just got back from vacation. What's up? I can't believe I waited months for downsies and missed the last 8 trading days. It's okay. It's probably not over yet. You realize I have to listen to Stock Market Live when you wake up late. You realize I have to do pickles picks till like 4 in the morning every night? I don't even know what that is. What do you listen? You don't have to listen to that. Tomorrow isn't OPEX for GMA. OPEX was last week. Why are you writing in all caps? SRF, BTU, PBR. Been wanting to add to these positions. Good entry here or risky due to market volatility. I sold all my PBR like a while ago. They have a new CEO, and I don't trust Lula, but I guess. BTU. SRF was trading way below NAV. I don't know what BTU is doing right now. BTU is selling off pretty hard. Might be an entry opportunity under 20 if it keeps selling off. This is probably because HSI is crashing again. And their rate cuts seem to be way too late. Nice to see you too, Mikey. So all the CTA have been offloaded? No, I highly doubt that. Some. I say this for your health and sanity. Remember you used to do it only once a week? I do. It could make pickles picks more expensive. Why? We could stop doing pickles picks and just manage our ports. Good for you selling your PBR. Finally upgraded to Bud Light. What? No, I meant the stock. Oh, ha. How long do you think until we get anything out of GoEV? I mean, I'm gonna get 30% yields on $2 CSPs. I don't know what you're doing. I'm the bear waiting for the crash, but struggling to understand the 15 to 20% drop on mega caps like Nvidia and Lilly on no news. They're overvalued. They have a 50% drop to go, but FIs are just going full surprise reg. Mm. The fuck are FIs? Has a girl ever asked to engage in hoof play with you? I don't have time for this shit. Some of us get separation anxiety and or feel entitled to your soul for $25. That's reasonable. It is $25. That's like lunch at Chipotle. Carvana primarily benefiting from IWM here? Yeah. I just go to sleep after market close and then wake up at midnight. Easy. And then go back to sleep? Could you just do pickles picks in the morning, get some sleep, and then do the write up in the normal morning and not at 4 a.m.? Possibly. I may have to do that soon anyway because of the data, like the new data updates. Chipotle's still selling rat meat? Yeah, I assume. Is this the generational buying opportunity that we've been waiting for? It's, no. Well, it could be. We'd still have to move quite a bit higher today to really, enjoy the benefits of that. This doesn't even look that strong. What's our early auction today? 4 and 8 week. Those are going to be big. Can you look at the significance of DN ticking down rather than meeting the drop? On the monthly? So on the monthly DN is largely being tied to like the JPM strangle or collar, and the absolutely obscene synthetic long position at 5,000, and it's kind of stuck in the middle of them because that's where all the fucking delta is. I'm not trying to be that guy, but sleep is super important for your health, Gherkin, and we care about you. Well, I got a lot of it last night. I frittered away this morning's gains by not selling because I didn't believe the bounce and got too exuberant. Do you think we see 390 again? This could fail. I mean, we're below delta neutral, so bounces generally fail. Fed funds pricing in 100% chance of a rate cut in September. Yeah, they have been. Although kind of hard to argue a rate cut when GDP is at was it 2.8% for quarter two advance. GoEV CSP's rock 816, not even a full month out, and still yielding 21%. Nice. Yep. Those overpriced puts are going to keep people interested for some time. Did DN move substantially overnight, weekly, or monthly? No, not really. If you look at Pickles picks, the day over day change is listed on the neutral. I don't know if you noticed that. I'm a poor, I can't see Pickles picks. You're a pigeon whale and a lying sack of shit. So tell me your fibs about being a Cornichon. I can see what you are right on the Discord. I remember when 152 was a resistance on yen dollar. Now it's support, but for how long? I don't know. It's an illusion. Where would you confirm that the bounce has failed? Well, I would have probably liked to have done it at 54.25. Although we've got another little leg up here. What's fucking NQ doing? Hmm. So yes, found a little bit of support. 54.33.50. Still shorting vol pretty hard. Hmm. So charm is slightly positive here. Delta flips positive at 54.44. The upside range for that move. Hmm. Interesting. We're getting some profit taking here on the put side. Sold calls. Sold calls are out above 54.50. VIX back to 18. I bought a hedge. It's working. Nice. Thoughts on the gold drop? Did it break any major resistance? It's testing the trend right now. A continued downside here would be pretty bearish. We'll see what the dollar does tomorrow. If the dollar starts dropping again, we'll probably see gold move up. IWM price action is erratic as fuck right now. What's oil doing? Why is it being such a piece of shit? Copper started to bounce back today. It's a bit weird. Gherkin, I made it to work without getting stabbed. Oh, nice. Well done. Can you provide any insight on SROF dipping below 17? Commodities have been selling off for like a few days, so I mean, kind of makes sense. They're getting near like their local lows already. China's economy is shit, and everyone's worried about it. Well, I think commodities are just selling off broadly. I don't think it's very specific to uranium. A $40 push back up in 35 minutes and no sign of stopping. At what point is this going to squeeze back up? If we get above 54.50, it does. There's still a very good chance here that it could fail. It looks pretty strong. There's some profit taking on the bounce. $54 or $53.90, I think, is kind of close to the outer bound of the expected move. Not really a futures support, but I could see us moving back to like retest the long-term trend, which would be like futures 54.90. Oh, we'd have to see what happens with the long-term trend. Liquidity to the downside last night was pretty thin. And if that's gonna, like, the puts that came in this morning are gonna capitulate, that still leaves us in the same position we were in last night, right? Where we're more likely to get a bounce back to 5,500 than to continue falling. How is this not already a squeeze up? Dude, fucking VIX is at 18. The like expected move on SPX is 100 bips, right? This is just a bounce. You guys have been trading in low volatility, shitty environments for far too long. Still a chance to fail here. Yeah, less of one. We're above 54.25. But we could fall back to it. So we'll see. If they keep shorting vol, I would say, yeah, we're probably going to keep going up. Why didn't you close your puts for a profit? Well, it's a debit spread, and it expires tomorrow. Have you looked at Neo's FS lately? Any worry they'll need some bailing out? No, I haven't. Do they need bailing out? They've gotten so much free money. What happened to hard to V here? It is hard to V here. Do you think this is easy? Time to lose money to grind downs. No, they're still pushing. Hard to something more often than not does not equal impossible. Don't explain things to them. Yeah, 5400 is a big psychological level. Delta is almost back to positive. Hmm. No, I was long VX yesterday, but I closed it towards the end of the day when VIX ripped. So I still don't have any Vega puts. Ripping back to 5600. Mm, maybe like 5485 or 5500. Didn't I outline all of this last night? I feel like I did. What's the confusion? Meatballs on the bottom of the pot. There's no delta to the downside. We got some liquidity, but it's all zero DTE shit. Confusion because we dropped $40 out of the gate. Yeah, okay. And now we're back at open. A little bit above it. Yeah, yeah, a little bit above it. Is it odd that VXX reverse split yesterday and now we're at VIX 18? Odd or perfectly timed? The US economy grew 2.8% in the second quarter, a robust strengthening. It's weird that no one's making any money, though, right? Needed to go back down. It's probably not going to do that. You need it to fall back below 54.25. So you need bears to reposition after they took profits, which is going to be probably unlikely today. FTX 2.0 went online this week, just in time for mass shorting. Come on. Remember when everybody was freaking out about the FTX fucking tokenized GME and the like lifetime volume on the token was like 100K? Do we not have a chance to go down if the auction data is bearish? The 4 and 8 week auctions? Because that's what's coming up first. We're gonna have the Kansas Fed composite in 1 minute. Although I'm not sure anyone gives a shit about it. I guess the 4 and 8 could do some damage, but probably not. I thought you said V's are hard to pull off. This is looking very easy for the bulls. Yeah, we're so far from where this turns bullish. It's not even funny. Like, actually bullish is above 5,500. We're at 5,440. So we're still like $100 below where the chain turns bullish. Your definition of what a V is just not correct, right? Like, maybe you just need to stop looking at the fucking 1 minute. They should have put stops on their puts. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I said there was no fucking liquidity to the downside, and the liquidity we did get is just on the 0 DTE, and it all ran out at 54, like 53.50. And there wasn't a lot below 5,400. Don't disparage our V's. I mean, it's not a V. This is where it V's up here. See this big fucking like $50 gap? That's a V. You guys are just used to the SPX moving 0% every day after going up 30 basis points and down 30 basis points. That's not normal, right? Dad, it's PTSD. God. Like war veteran? What are you guys are like war veterans now? It's not a V. Do your V's look like this? Yes? Oh, okay. If it rejects here, it'll start to form a bear flag. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oil's coming back to life. Nice. Now, if that could just go up 4% today, that would be perfect. Hmm. Upside range on this is like 54.90. Hmm. This morning's data good for IWM? Yeah. Disinflationary. 54.90 into another drop would make me so much money. I might actually feel something. It'd be a good range for us to like see bears reposition. Like a small bear rally, reposition at 5,500 and then get another leg down. Can you get a federal cartographer to contact me? I have thoughts about Michigan and Colorado. What? I mean, even if I knew a federal cartographer, which I absolutely do not, what do you think they're capable of doing? Do you think that there's one guy that just determines where the state borders are, and if you can convince him, he's gonna change it? It's probably like three guys. Oh, okay. That's how redistricting works. Interesting. I'm a legit federal cartographer, but that is not my specialty. I'm ocean focused. This can't be a real day. What's the deal with Zion? I tried to short the Mormons. IWM back to being bullish. Yeah, 220 is kind of the reversal point there. Michigan, have you ever looked at that state? You have to take a boat to avoid Wisconsin. Get out of here. Also, we just made a perfectly rectangular state. What? I have thoughts. Huh. You ever think that they just drew a bunch of arbitrary lines to divide everything up? You see that NYCB ate a bag of dicks? No, I didn't. Is crowd going to die? They could have survived until they offered everyone $10 Uber Eats coupons. The Mormons fucked me, Gherkin. That sounds unpleasant. See, if they drew arbitrary lines, I would be fine. If they used geographic features, I would be fine. Instead, they did both. Hmm. Are you saying that New York State shouldn't be a giant wedge and then it's got a little thing hanging off the bottom? I don't like this. Colorado has no defining features. Why is Rhode Island a state? It was technically a plantation until like 2 years ago. Billions worth of damage. Here's a gift card. What are they thinking? They're a little out of touch with reality. A little bit of resistance on IWM at 222. Humana's fucking ripping again. Tesla bounced at 220, 210 overnight. I kind of want to buy calls on Microsoft. Nice. What the fuck? God damn it. Fuck you, complex order book. Does buying calls mean that you're bullish and that the market crash is canceled? Buying calls means that the SPX is going up. That's where I want to make the money. Well, there's all my day trades. Nice. Do you think this goes up 100 bips? That's greater than 150 BPS swing. I think we can get above 75. And if we do, we're probably going to like 50, 5,500. Everyone was like, we got him, VIX 18. And Todd was like, ooh, look at all that VIX I can short. Yes. Enjoy the squeezies. They're nice. Right? When is NQ gonna start moving? I feel like it is, right? Probably some resistance here at like 19.3. Then 19.380. And then 19.650. But dispersion's getting slammed right now. Boop. Up 204% and 127% on my calls. Nice. Hedging is great. Port number barely go down on this bounce. Yeah, if you guys are going to be long puts, carry hedges. Especially with volatility getting higher. That doesn't mean that the market's going straight down. Markets don't do that. If you guys don't get in the habit of doing that, and this piece of shit actually does crash, you're going to blow up your account in like the first day. Brownian motion is a hell of a drag. What if I just hold my puts till expiry? Better pick the perfect expiry. Am I a bad trader since I got stopped out on this red candle? That was kind of a rough rejection, right? 14 bips. Sam Squatch, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I buy a put at Rockets. I buy a call at Drops. Maybe try buying both and one of them will print. Is that the top? It's a rejection. We left a gap though. We'll probably push up more. Bulls have got this back into a pretty good spot as long as we don't lose 50. If we lose 50, then they fucked up. That's what I did. About both, and then we chopped. Small pullback. I don't think we lose 50 on it. Maybe we do. Hmm. Video 218. 281. Hmm. Go EV had news. Oh, they're still going on about their mixed shelf offering. I wonder if I should short end phase. They're selling calls at 54.50. They might be selling them at like 75. Some resistance to the upside here. Yeah, it looks like most of the 5,400 and 5,375 puts took profit. Still have a lot of puts at 5,425 and 50. There's some put walls at 55, 65, and 75 to the upside. Some profit taking on this. I guess we'll see if it recovers here. Decent amount of profit taking on the peak there at 63. Was that ES? It might have been, yeah. Almost tapped the short-term trend and then fell back through the long-term trend. Mm. Don't think we want to see a weak bounce here. We're back at like that CTA trigger level. I wonder if this just leads to more CTAs dumping though. How hard are they leveraging the carry right now? It bounced up from this morning, but not a lot. It hit like 804. It's back at 814. They're still trying to push the forward yield on vol down. So the vol shorting's intense, right? We're down almost 5%. Back under the risk-free rate. But VIX is still in backwardation with VIX futures, or at least the contract in front. Oil moved back to positive now. Um, hmm, let's see. 16, 17. VIX is still above the SEP contract. October's at 19, though. And above, not above the December contract anymore. Weird. VIX's price is so weird for October. SPX already lost 50 back here. Delta's still positive, but Charm's starting to turn more negative. Getting above 50 is really important, after like 1 o'clock, because below 50 there's really no supportive charm. So it needs to be above like 50 or 65 or 75 in order to have supportive charm into the end of the day. And bulls are kind of crunched for time here. Like they need to push up more and harder before we start to get into the end of the day. If they buy a bunch of delta below GN, does GN drop towards spot? You mean a bunch of gamma? Yeah. How come when I sell calls and buy them back, I always get fucked on the spread? But when I look at the chart, the contract does get traded with fills I'm not getting. Is this crime? I don't know. Maybe just set your limit better. Or don't buy with market orders. What's a CTA trigger level? It's a level at which systematic futures traders are buying or selling large amounts of equities. SPXW strangle here. 55.45, 55.55 for tomorrow. Not a bad idea. 55.45, 55.55. If I could give like one bit of advice on overnight trades, opening them near major support and resistance levels is usually a bad idea. You want to try to avoid that as much as you can because they increase your chance for trading flat. Kenny laughs at prosperity. Have you guys had 0 DTE 5470C that are 50% down? Would you cut or hold out and see what the bulls can manage? I mean, it looks like they're going to try to keep pushing, right? They kind of need to. So, I mean, I would say if we reverse back down, you don't want to be in those, right? But I don't think we're there yet. Like, we got some profit taking at the top, but that can just mean bulls are repositioning and they're going to start selling vol here at like the 54, like 54.40, like 30 strikes, right? So start piling up sold puts down here and then try to push higher. You ever go way too ham one day and then and then the next day you feel hungover with mega brain fog? Are you talking about drinking or trading? Doing anything that requires brain power. Sometimes. I kind of know what you're talking about. Do you think SMCI will hold 700? I have no idea. I could look. Hate that stock. Fucking way below delta neutral. It's 700's a big support. I don't know if it'll bounce off 700. There's a lot of puts here. It's not an IWM anymore. It's a trading app. Ooh. I don't think that it's good that it's below 700. But maybe, like, if it slips below VWAP, I would say that's probably kind of bearish. There's a decent amount of puts to the downside. They kind of start falling off around 670, and then there's support again at 650. But it's not a very strong ramp. If you have ADHD and hyperfocus, that's like every other day. Excellent. He needs to do more mushrooms. No, he doesn't. How about the dip? It somehow didn't get stopped out. Beautiful. Well done. I don't want to look at it because then I'm going to want to trade it. I wish oil would keep bouncing. Is it? Ooh, very nice. Good job, oil. Yes, long. Do you think UCO can still move more? I mean, if oil goes up, then yes. It's 2x oil. I rolled out my CCs from last week on golds. Still holding my PPs. Okay, which? I don't have a play on gold. On Barrick? Could you be more specific? I don't know what you're holding. What's the upside target today for S&P? It's gonna be really hard to get above 5450, but if we do, we could get as high as 5500. Um, there's some resistance to the upside. Might stagnate here for a while before we do anything big. You didn't lose your job because of CrowdStrike. We do have PCE tomorrow. Look at Fed Fund futures, just pricing in rate cuts left and right. We hit 0.7 this morning. Interestingly, we hit zero point 0.7 before the GDP report ever came out. Bull's done? Not necessarily. Failing 50 is still not good. Testing 50 again and failing it again, probably even worse. Oh, you piece of shit. Let's see what dispersion's doing. Dispersion's kind of turning around pretty fast again. Going back up. Is that it? Was that was all the leverage? Hmm. Delta's still positive. And the effect from charm, even though it's negative, is not very strong here. Not yet. This consolidation's kind of wonky, but it's still bullish. Nvidia sold off like a truck this morning. Yeah, it did. If bulls aren't going to break out soon, back to 5,400 fast. If bulls fail to maintain the breakout, back to 5,400. Well, 5,425, and then the downside of 5,425 not very strong anymore. Most of the puts took profits there. They just didn't push it up hard enough to get the 5,450 puts to take profit. Also, those are longer dated. How does one sell off like a truck? I don't know, like a summer sale at a car dealership. Oh, I didn't really know where it was going, but how do you think PCE is going to be tomorrow? Hotter than indicated by the GDP report? Dumps like a truck. Maybe that's what he meant. Like Steam summer sale. So today, maybe tomorrow, bear rally. Next week, resume downs. It's reasonable. Yeah. Maybe keep rallying into next, like, beginning of next week because end of month. Speaking of dump track, I had a dream last night about Mama Yellen's massive juice caboose, and it was wonderful. Healthy. Did you have a nocturnal auction? That's next week, Abe's. Was Nvidia near any meaningful Greeks? Yeah, I think it bounced off of Delta Neutral. What was the low today? 10, Gamma Neutral's 106. Yeah, bounced off Gamma Neutral. Pretty hard, too. Look at fucking EPAM still just chilling at 208. What a Chad. We'll go Burr. Yep. Yeah. It's moving up. Found a little bit of resistance at 78, but hopefully that won't last. You ever wonder why we spend so much time fighting for wealth and material things when we could all actually be way happier with a better sense of community and purpose? But the community and the purpose is fighting for wealth and material things. Communist. I'd interest you in some D. I don't really like it that much. I think they're going to have to spend a ton of capex in order to provide power to those data centers. Or are you talking about Dick? Can you look at Ulta? Get more puts? But consumer spending being up is good for them. When's their earnings? End of August? Ugh, so long. Maybe. There's another support like $7 down though. What's up, two-tone sausage? Basically, I want to live in the woods and do a lot of drugs. Okay. That sounds fun. What about Colonel? You think you'd be setting the best example for him? Your wife's not going to let you do that. We both know that that's true. Yeah, also ticks in your taint. For high VIX, is it better to use a diagonal spread or a vertical? Especially if you want to scalp play QQQ. For the upside, it can be because the vol crushes as prices are rising. I know she won't. Yeah. Very sad. I'm sorry. I'm doing abnormally well buying calls today. Fuck this market. Imagine if you'd just been doing that all along instead of buying far out of the money puts while the market was going up. Guys, for the closed beta, make sure that you provide your email address and Discord name so we can get the onboarding started. If you have not already. In the platform beta discussion. Oh, yeah, that's why. Hold on. How many bank accounts do they? No, there's no bank accounts, no birth certificate or social security number. And if Trash Dan makes any requests for those aren't legitimate. The real Gherk already gave me access, and I'm not a pigeon whale. You cannot trade within the app. We're not Microsoft. Jesus Christ, man. The real Grit cares for us and wants to manage our money. I don't know how many times I have to tell you, Cornup, that's not love. That's enabling. That would be possible with IBKR. It's not impossible. It's just a huge pain in the ass and opens up tons of legal liability. If I was going to build a broker, I would have built a broker. I might build a broker one day. We'll see, but not right now. I'm not. Being a broker must be the good life. Just raking in all that money, doing nothing. Yeah. What about shirt removal service? Probably not. At least with the money in good hands, where the money will not be used to fund campaigns. But then how do we buy Congress people? Hold on. I thought you wanted to win. Realgurk already has my social and all relevant information. Clearly, you're a fake. Yeah, I don't need your social security numbers. How are you able to play Zom like a fiddle? It's pretty easy. It's slow. Are you enjoying the bounce? I didn't even look today. Is it bouncing? Yeah, look at that. Mm, nice. Yeah, I don't see it getting a new all-time high. Why not? Is Zom a good wheel? It's very difficult. Yes. Yes, it is. Although I don't really wheel it. I just sell in the money covered calls every time it peaks and then buy them back on the dip. Nope, don't need your blood type either. Check DMs. Nice. I just need the Greeks on CERN. Maybe we can snapshot them for you. You guys remember who was that guy who, like, he had like the identity theft protection service and he made the commercial where he shared his social security number and his credit got fucked. Zion is still over Gamma Max. Lifelock, yeah, that was funny. Okay, 50K in Carvana 120Ps for March. How do I win or lose? I hope you win. I have puts on Carvana. Yeah, it was the CEO. It was like one of those bulletproof glass testing videos, except the guy dies. My sister's on the Olympic team. I'm headed to Paris to watch. USA, USA, USA. Nice two-tone sausage. That sounds fun. Just be prepared for Paris smelling like shit, and you'll be okay. The food's good. Which puts do you have for Carvana? I have 130s that I bought at 136. That means two-tone sausage's sister is hot. No, it doesn't. My sister's on the Ozempic team. Stop talking about food, please. You know, people are going blind from taking Ozempic. That's the new one. Two-tone sausage. Just tell them all that your sister's 17 and a half years old. Okay, and that'll end it. I said this on the Discord, but I'm going to say it on the stream with the Olympics approaching. Can we not make this a repeat of Tokyo 2020, where like every man on the internet is thirsting after 16-year-old volleyball players? It's just not that classy. She's 15 and a gymnast. Oh, God. Wait, this happened? You don't remember? It was like a meme. Clearly, you don't understand the Olympics. Maybe not. No, not 17 either. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Déclassé. Oh. My fiance is complaining. Apparently, all I have for an Aruba is watching the pickle stream. Wait, is your wife the one that doesn't like me, or is that someone else's wife? Or is it just all your wives? If you were an Olympian competitor in one of the events, which one would it be? Hmm. I'm torn. Not rowing. That's true. Javelin, maybe? Are CTA triggers the same going up as down? No. No, they're not. Is this a double top? Not yet. Hmm. Is this an inverse head and shoulders? No. This kind of was. Right here. It's interesting that 60 is acting as a resistance. There's really no fucking anything at 60. 60, 70. I'm getting some calls, long calls coming in at 54, 70, and 80. 85, 90. And then there's another put wall out at 95. Still big fat put walls at 65, 75, though. which will be hard to break through. I gotta say, MQ looks kind of bullish. Starting to. Russell's almost up 200 points. I think we grind in this range all day until PCE tomorrow. I feel like they'd want it back at 5,500 before PCE, right? Big sad I missed the chance for both sides of my straddle to print. Let go of my calls at 54.25 on the bounce. Uh, but the puts printed so hard. I mean, what's next after a crazy today pump? Where does this week go? Oh, we could stabilize around 5,500. Gork, you never helped me. What did you need help with? What's the next upside resistance for cat? 54 or 344.37. Cat bounced right off of my old risk. Look at that. Interesting. Bullish? Shouldn't be. Kind of looks like it is, though. Hmm. I don't hate it. There goes the put wall at 65. Oh, nope. Not yet. Should I be shorting VIX? What day is today? We might not get to 5,500 today. We could, but we might not. I don't know. Maybe wait for 75 at least, which could be coming up shortly. Trader? What? How? We're looking for NVIDIA for a bullish or bearish entry. I have calls. I bought 120s. $75s are $10. They're not cheap, Bob. No, trader. Yeah. If we got to 5,500 today and fail tomorrow, woo boy. Might take more days than that. Give me 1 second. I think someone just knocked. If we get to 5,500 today and fail tomorrow, okay, 54.97. It's probably going to be resistance at 5,500. Amazing job, Bulls. You know, Bull's not so responsible for a lot of this, right? Um, at least, at least most of this part of the reversal. This is just put selling. So this was profit taking, like all the way back to 54.50. This is Bulls. This is Bulls. Did anyone praise you for calling this today? Probably not. I wasn't here when everybody piled into 43.90 pits. That had no stop losses on them. You're the best. I love you. How dare you buy calls when you think long term we will see down? They expire today. They're not even calls. They're vertical spreads. They're really boring. Stop what? I can't hear you over the rushing roar of my calls. How dare you? They were 5,400s, but no stop loss. I'm surprised we didn't just bounce off 54. Getting down to 53.90 was pretty insane. The market's such a silly Billy. Yeah, it is. Now, if Nvidia could just go up 8% today, that'd be great. Oh, Apple's booking back at 220. Look at that. Huh. I should be worried about my sold calls. Yeah. Oil keeps going. God damn it. I go to one meeting and they fix the whole economy. Nothing's fixed. Relax. Even mortgage rates went back up this week. Who the fuck is buying houses at 6.78%? What's your expectation for FOMC next week? I think they do nothing. Slide 7% mortgage statement under the couch. I'm actually mad how good I'm doing buying calls. Fuck this market. Bounces are part of every drop, right? You can't have downs, big downs without big ups interspersed in between. I do think things are getting worse though, and I know I said it earlier, but I'm gonna say it again. You guys need to get really used to hedging your puts, even if it's far out of the money, right? You don't need to get them close, but anytime we're below like GN DN, you're gonna want to protect that upside reversal because you don't always get lucky and have them happen during the day. Sometimes they just happen overnight. Hedging is only for those without conviction. No, nothing candles green again. I'm not happy. It's kind of flat though, right? Full bull over 54.80. Pretty bullish over 54.75. We're past the put walls now. Gamma's just flat from here up. Although I do feel like the 5,000 call is probably ridiculously expensive. Yeah, it is. I'll buy one. Those are doing well. I made a total mess of trading and still made a profit. Amazing. Those are the best days. When you hedge, how far out do you usually buy it? I don't like a couple days, just like out of the money, like debit spreads or something. Cover your premium costs, right? Did we break out of the bear flag? A little bit. some out of the money calls coming in at 55.15, 55.25. This might just be sold, but the only other big upside resistance is 54.95. We might consolidate here around the put wall again like we did earlier at 50. How's Breadth doing? Great. IWM's up 235 BPS. Dow's up 121. Tech is still lagging quite a bit, but they're pushing dispersion pretty hard and leveraging the fuck out of the carry trade. Forward yield on vol is still positive, but it probably won't be by the end of the day. Oh, sorry. At what point would you consider selling AT&T? Are you happy enough with your cost basis to just hold for the long haul? Yeah, I'm probably not going to sell it anytime soon. My current cost basis on AT&T is... Did I update these? Maybe I didn't. I think it's like 1620. So yeah, probably not. It also, I mean, the dividend's still insane, right? It's still paying more than treasuries. The fact it's all happening during market hours, I don't know, maybe this is another case of data saves the day. Even if it's a total mess, they can go with PCE down. I mean, but forward PCE isn't going to be down, right? Because GDP's up and consumer spending is up, right? So this is like the delayed look at the wealth effect over the rise in indexes in quarter two. It makes sense to add Carvana around here. I don't know. Carvana could still retest like 35. What's a reasonable PT for EPAM for August 16? Um, it hasn't quite broken out of consolidation, but I would say that it could push back towards 220 maybe before earnings. Okay, makes sense. I know you mentioned bouncing from an oversold position, so my call hedge is doing well. Nice. the other thing that's going on here, I really don't think that it's just GDP data, right? That's driving this. Right? Like, I don't think the GDP data is really good for anything. It's, well, maybe a little stronger for tech, but a big part of this, right, is that, event vol. You guys need to remember this when big events happen, and we're in this like aggressive volatility shorting environment. Event volatility is going to pare down after the event, right? And so a lot of what you're seeing here, especially on VIX, is they're shorting the crush in event vol. Does that make sense? Why is your neck so thick? I don't know. The one that's farther out of the money increased more than the one closer to the money. Why? Extrinsic value went up. Extrinsic value rose faster than the intrinsic value of the other call. Also, it's not probably notionally up more, it's just up more as a percentage. You're paying less to take on the risk of a larger move. So the premium on the option is appreciating faster than the other premium, which is less risk. When do I take profit on this run? I don't know. I can't tell you that. You say no 5,500 today, but you're banking on 5,500 today. Am I? I mean, like a little bit. Was that it? Back to full bull. We're still very far away from full bull. PCE is not as big a deal as GDP. PCE is considered like a known factor because it's a calculation done off of CPI and PPI data, right? And so surprises in PCE are pretty rare, and they generally don't surprise a huge amount. So most of the event vol priced in by the MM was going to be for GDP and durables. 54.95 has a little bit of resistance, but we still need to break loose of 54.75. 75 is still a big put wall. This is the top of the bearish, resistance. We haven't cleared it yet. If we clear it, then the next level of resistance is going to be like 54.95, 5,500. But that's pretty flat. Like there's not a ton of interest there. It it'll be a little more resistive as we approach it, but it looks like people are buying calls all the way out to like 55.25. So we could see possibly like a bounce back to delta neutral, which would make sense. Yeah, we could go higher than 5,500. It's possible. It'd be nuts, but it's not impossible. What's delta neutral? I'm at poor. For SPX, 55.2382. Yield curves being wonky. Yeah, financial conditions are starting to tighten a little, but not much. It's mostly just because the dollar is getting pushed up by the drop in euro and yen. I have to say, this morning's hard drop threw me for a loop. Once we crossed 50 bips down, I didn't see a green day in the cards, let alone 5,500. The effect of not having out of the money liquidity is very important. That's why I talked about it so much last night, right? It's just like when you see the delta out of the money fall off like that, right? Um, you know, the chances of downside continuation are pretty low. Now people were really bearish on the GDP print, so we did get some zero DTE interest at market open, and puts rolled in, but they were short dated, right? And they just took profits. And once we got back above 54.25, that's when things got pretty bullish. If over 5,500, then look for put setups. No, look for a rejection or a failure of the bounce, right? Usually bear rallies are pretty easy to nail the top of. Like our last one was super easy at like the rejection on 55.85. Yeah, I know you talked about it. I had a nice call hedge, but I closed it during the morning drop, thinking it was going to reposition before the bounce. So that's one of the reasons I get the debit spreads, is because they're so much cheaper, right? And they're less affected by the decline in price. And they tend to benefit from the crush in IV to the upside instead of just getting a call. So, you're not gonna want to close them as much, and you won't care because they're super cheap. Any thoughts on PCT? No. Environmental services. Mm, they don't make money. Mm, no, not really. I mean, looks like they're going through a period of accumulation. Mm, debt to asset ratio is not terrible. They don't make any money. What the fuck? They have no revenue? They just not report their revenues? What the? What is that? I think the 55.25 is being sold. Probably. Uh, Mixed. That could be pretty risky if those squeeze off, though. It's getting grindier. No, it's not. We're just near resistance and a big fat put wall. This is just consolidation. I wouldn't really describe any part of today as being very grindy. Maybe this reversal kind of was, but even that was moving up pretty fast. Yeah, there's IV crush. We're just getting like bullish repositioning here, though. I'm happy with the cat recovery. Yeah, it was a pretty impressive bounce. I didn't think durables was that good. It was like, okay. Maybe everyone's just happy it snapped back from like last month's negative print. I guess it's the highest for 2024 X transportation. Initial and continuing jobless claims were down though. 4-week average stayed pretty flat. Non-defense goods orders, that was up a lot. 7-year auctions in 14 minutes. If it reverses here, is there a chance volatility returns? Yeah. We hold this NVIDIA overnight or close it if it hits 120 today. I don't know yet. NVIDIA bounced pretty hard off delta neutral, but I'd like to see it more substantially above 115 before it really starts squeezing off the puts. If it does, it could move back to like 130 even. There's a solid ramp to the upside once it hits like 120. Today's Thursday though, and they're weeklies, so I may not do much with them. I think if it hits 120 today, I'd probably hold them. If it doesn't, I'd probably close them out. You know what annoys me the most about today? We didn't fill the fucking gap from June 11th. No joke. What's a durable good? Hard goods. Sometimes you'll hear them referred to as like hard goods and soft goods. Durables are things that are not consumed, nor do they expire. Right. So by using them, they are not consumed. So tools, machinery, furniture, electronics, appliances, right? Like refrigerators, like household appliances, cars, defense shit. Uh, no, electronics have obsolescence, but they don't expire. And they're not consumed when you use them. It's not like you open your laptop and type something and then it disintegrates. You know when that happens? Where are you buying your products, Popcorn? Stop getting your TIG welder on Temu. Harbor Freight. So we've got an expanding megaphone on futures. No. We just have a reversal. If it if it rejects, sure. But I wouldn't say that we have that yet. Do you think they could get it over 5,400 today? It's definitely possible. Looks like we're getting a little sell-off into the auction, which is neat. It's not a very big auction, is it? Hmm. Yes, volume is significantly higher than the past 2 days. Yep. Yeah, I think as long as the auction's not awful, ES should be able to push up through like 55, like 55.30, maybe into like 55.50 or 60, which would be like a 55.10 or 55.20 SPX test. How big of a tail is awful? Yesterday's was pretty bad. It was like 10 points. Fed bid 2.4. Is this still a coin flip? Which way will this will go from here? Um, no, I think it's weighted a lot more favorably towards the Bulls here than the Bears. But I mean, if the auction were really bad and vol spiked and we lost 54.50, things could turn back around. I mean, we're technically right at a put wall here, so the yield is higher than spot. So that's a tail. If the yield at auction is higher than the spot prior to auction. the put wall gets blown up. I think it's sold puts, but yeah, sure. So I don't think the put wall. I don't think these puts are bought. So probably wouldn't get blown up, but I guess it could. They're fairly short dated, so some of them. It's probably about 7,000 that are long puts, and like about 3,000 of them are short puts. It's reversed for tips. Tips is a inflation expectations, right? So like the tips yield is what the bond market is considering the where inflation is going to fall after X number of years, 2 or 5 or 10, right? It's reversed for FRNs, for the floating rate notes. Anything interesting on Beyond? They announced earnings August 7. Tips doing anything? Well, IWM's rocketing, which is good for Beyond. But no, the tips are kind of spreading apart, which means they're shorting it. And they're not shorting it a lot, but they haven't crossed over yet. We definitely got some buying on the dip. So it's got buyers at $6. Other than that, I wouldn't say it looks particularly exciting. How long of a play is Beyond? I don't know. I have some synthetic longs on it for the end of the year. If it goes on Reg Show, usually runs. Not always, apparently. Well, actually, it did run. It just didn't run a lot. I don't care what percent interest the market is offering on your bonds. For these here today, I'm going to need you to offer me more, Madam Treasury Secretary. Huh. Yield before auction was 4.166. Ooh, it's 44 billion. It's a big boy. Synthetic longs on synthetic beef. You can get a lot of leverage on out of the money calls by selling in the money puts. Yield at auction 4.162, no tail. Bid to cover 2.64, which is actually not bad. So pretty good auction. No tail. If the immediate market reaction was an indication enough. We are going to kind of run out of 0 DTE gamma to the upside around like $92 though. So we're going to need a lot more call buyers for this to keep running higher. Or a huge push in dispersion. GoEV is doing great today. Yeah, it's kind of doing nice. I sold some puts on it yesterday at $2 when it went under. I'm kind of happy about that. Probably should have picked up leaps again, but yeah, I'll wait. Hmm. God, I hate the IV crush. Is the carry falling off? No, it dropped a little, but not much. I'm gonna have to wait on charm, maybe. Eh, we're getting some out of the money call buying. Not a ton of it though. It's like 93 now. So some more calls coming in at 90, 95. This could get a little grindy to the upside through here. Oh, come on, get above 17 the video. You can do it. Another 44 billion on the pile of debt. I wonder when we'll start caring about that again. No, no. All that matters is the like 100 billion we gave Ukraine. We're focused on that right now. Not the 2 trillion in issuance. Outside of that. Nope, nope. Sorry, 53.7 billion we've given to Ukraine. Ignore the rest of the spending. Focus on that. Ford got crushed yesterday. Also, I was listening to the earnings call, and John Lawler literally sounded afraid when he was answering people's questions, like he was holding back tears. It was wild. I hate listening to earnings calls. Hey, Gherk, missed the morning, but I had stops on both puts and calls, triggering while I worked. Are we back in a bull market? No. China's not going to move on Taiwan. Especially not if the EU votes to seize all of Russia's assets. Also, no, we would just blow up the TSM factory, right? Just one cruise missile. And then we'll be like, we don't know who shot that. I don't think it's rigged to explode, but supposedly it's got like measures to disable the fabs in the event of an invasion. It's probably rigged to explode, but the people in the building wouldn't know about that, right? It doesn't take a lot to ruin fabs. Like, you don't need to blow them up. They're pretty delicate. That's why they'll just use sneakiness instead of direct invasion. Maybe a blockade. We would just airdrop shit though, right? Like, fucking, that's not gonna work. I might need to visit TSM in the coming months. Hold off on that. Alright, this is getting a little bit blown out. Let me see how out of the money positioning looks. Profit taking? It did a little. We're getting some buyers at 95 and 5,000. But we're also getting a little profit taking. It's going to be hard for us to move up a lot more today. That's why I said like 54.95, 5,000 is probably going to be a huge resistance. It'll be very very hard to break this today without some kind of, at least some kind of like fairly substantial pullback. Yeah, I mean that would be the biggest way for SPX to continue driving up, would be if we see like more flows push into the dispersion trade, and like NQ and Dow continue to climb. $54.92. How did you know it would be worthy of remark? I got a lot of data. 75 and 90. Yeah, I would say support at 75. On the pullback, we could see out of the money call buying kind of push that limit up. So I don't know if this is enough of a pullback, but it might be. Yeah, I would say like back to 80s, pretty decent move, and then maybe back to 75. And then we'll see if shit like repositions. Already got the breakout from this, right? So we need to be looking at this trend, which also broke. Hmm. Let's mark it up on all the data makes sense or nah. Yeah, the data doesn't really. I don't think the data is part of it. I think just mechanically we exhausted downside liquidity, so that usually means bear rally, right? Keep your flabbergasting secrets to yourself. I was off by fucking 41 cents. I'm not perfect. A little more on that rejection than I'd anticipated. It's a good time to take profits. That's why I took profits. If profits continue to be taken here, we could drop back to 65. I think once we get the pullback though, it'll probably reverse. Like they're gonna try to push for the upside again. But we pushed a little too hard, a little too fast on this move up. So same problem the bears had to the downside except to the upside. Futures. Yeah, futures probably back to trend here, right? And then we'll see if we can push 55.30 later in the day. It's going to be tough. It feels different than April or even October. It's because it is. I mean, honestly, nothing's really been the same since March. It's July. Bulls just haven't figured out how badly they want to buy Nvidia at 120 yet. Bulls are buying Nvidia at 120. Almost back to 65. There it is. No upside gaps, though. Pretty liquid on the sell-off here. Oh, that was 65. There's a gap. Hmm. $53.80 end of day. What? Asking for a dead put. Oh, okay. Mm, Stop loss hunt. Ooh, this is tricky. Is it pretty bearish if we fail here? Kind of is. That would be a very fast bear rally. Yeah, a little too fast. Been watching Ninja Turtles. You should check your DMs. What's up? Ooh, nice. I wish you hadn't closed that $50 ago. Oh, it's a 55 for it. You're so greedy. Holy shit. Just enough time to add that liquidity for a new drop. I don't see a ton of put buying. Not yet. Volatility is still pretty high. Puts are not fucking cheap. Little bit of negative gamma under 75, but supportive at 25 and 50. Yeah, let's see if we start getting some call buying. Or at least some vol shorting. This is starting to level out. The upper range has not pushed up much though. Still kind of really hard resistance at 90, like 90, 93, 94. Yeah, like 94. Short VIX before 17 or no? We expect a continuation of the downside tomorrow, right? Since we expect bearish PCE data, or are we oversold and will continue up into next week? That depends on how things reposition after today. I don't expect PCE data to be bearish. I think it could be maybe a little hot, but it's probably not going to be significant either way. Yeah, PCE is largely priced in. If we get a lot of repositioning to the upside of like 5,500, especially if we close above 5,475, we probably get a bullish continuation tomorrow back towards like delta neutral, which is 5,525. A ton of this drop was just like 5,500s taking profit, 5,490s. So if positioning builds back up, we'll probably push back up through 75, or at least try to. Once vol shorting gets a handle, if they do, if they fail to get control of the sell-off here, then we could maybe drop back to like 45, 40. But I think they'll push it. I mean, I don't really know if it's bulls or out of leverage, but you know, there wasn't a lot higher we could go on the breakout after the auction. Hopefully PC is a surprise, super cool print. Did you buy puts again? Can you share your reasoning behind ZOM hitting a new all-time high? Well, I think if dollar's gonna drop, oil's gonna rise. And if the Fed cuts rates, the dollar's gonna drop super fucking hard. I think one DTE Boyle calls for $10 strike seems kind of cheap. I got them for 22 cents just to see how it goes. Didn't EIA already report on that gas today? What do you think of the volatility? It's going to stay volatile for a while. Probably. Yeah, I would say we're probably in a regime of elevated volatility. I mean, we will be until we get back above gamma neutral on the weekly contract, right? Which is like up at like 55.80. So, until we clear that, you know, volatility is going to remain pretty elevated. Oh yeah, there's a nice little bump in out of the money call buying. That pushed the upside up to like 54.96. Charms turning positive. We're getting some put sellers. A lot of put sellers. Yeah, they're trying to reverse this. Mm. All right, so put wall at 65, put wall at 75. I closed on my August put debit spreads this morning for a profit before we went up too much. What should I look for to re-enter? Probably repositioning, which I don't. I mean, at least I don't see it yet. I'd say it's likely that the bounce extends back to, at least like 5500 or delta neutral. Hmm. Time is it 143? Dispersion's starting to turn around a little bit again. Dollar's kind of flat. Kind of struggling with the vol short though. About a call, it definitely means it's gonna crash. We're getting some call buying at 70 and 80 again. A little bit at 85, 90. Call sellers at 95, 5,000, 5505. All the way out to like 5525. How's ES look? ES fell back below the long-term trend. Yeah, ES needs to find buyers at 5,500. That's really what we're dealing with right here. If they don't, this thing is fucked. Ooh. Hmm. Time is it? 1:47. Hmm. Getting this dispersion trade turned around fast enough. Selling the 50. Still holding on to positive delta and gamma. and charm. All right. I sold the ever living shit out of NVIDIA 117 calls. That's either a really good idea or a really bad one. You might get fucked. Just careful. There's not a lot of resistance above 115 on NVIDIA. And those in the money puts could get squeezed off pretty fast. I just realized you don't need stops if you're always right. What? I told Atomic he should be buying RSP on a fixed schedule. Ew. Do you, what did he do to you? Does it still look like they're successfully catching this or no? They're trying really hard to catch it. I don't know if that's going to be successful or not. So far, they haven't lost it. But they're in a worse position than they would have been had they just gotten the bounce at 65. Call selling and put selling is kind of. There's a bit more put sellers than call sellers, but they're a little more even than I would like.
The out of the money call buying hasn't really stopped. If we push up through 70, the short calls that came in on the drop will close, and that would give us probably a move higher, like 70, 73. Vol turning up is bearish, though. I commented about his lack of understanding in the carry trade on his Twitter, and he banned me. Or blocked me. Dork told me if I wanted to day trade, I should be informed. Gross. Yeah, that's pretty nasty. I don't think Dork knows what kind of DJ you are. Fake Rick ain't that bad to look at. Where's the update? I don't see it. Oh. One second. VIX 20, let's go. This is still kind of bullish. Fikrik is a relatively attractive woman. I'm ready to invest. I can't believe there's like a real person on the other end of the fake Gherk bot. I want your body on top of mine, and I need to feel you inside me, pulsating, thrusting your meat into my bum. This is amazing. Are you kidding? What the fuck? Fucking fake Gherk is just some. What the fuck is this?
can't, I can't believe that the fake Gherk bot has selfies. Holy shit, this is boring. Fill this fucking gap already. Yeah, there we go. Hmm. Nope. Fucking dispersion. Those all the gains for the day? Gherkin got protein farts. This is annoying. Bulls aren't doing their job well enough. It's okay, Dork. They just needed to sell more puts at a higher price. Hmm. Yeah, RSP is fucking dumping right now. Dollar's still flat. Yields coming up. They've almost got a handle on vol. Not quite, though. Pounds up against the dollar. If we lose 50, charm goes negative as fuck, right? So, buy puts. Yep. What's up? What's the fail? That's awkward. This was a crazy sell off after the test.
Didn't you say stocks would pump really hard before a crash? Yeah, well, we did that part back when we almost hit like 5,700. Hmm. So the only way we get a V here is if the long puts at 65.75 take profit. Fridays are about to be for the Bears. Squeeze off short calls. We're gonna cut those 5,500s? Maybe? If they hit my stop, I'm gonna. It's only 2 o'clock. Hmm. All right, this is where delta's like flat. So if we lose 54.48, delta goes negative. If bulls are gonna reverse it, it's their last chance. Because I'm pretty sure if we lose that, we're dropping down to like fucking like 35 or 25. So if we break down from 54.50, bear rally over, probably, yeah. But this is also the point at which bulls are most likely to reverse it, so we'll see. Or at least try to reverse it. Try harder. They've been trying the whole time, it's just bleeding off. Brought this kind of fucking him. Dow pulled back pretty hard. Oil's doing okay. I don't have any more data today, right? Fed speakers or data? Nope. Japanese CPI tonight. Hmm. Fucking theta. Mm. Hmm. Rip bear rally 7:25 10 a.m. to 7:25 1 p.m. It's not good. They're doing a terrible job shorting vol. We have a double bottom. Rally or crash? I don't know. They're trying to fucking turn it around, but they're not succeeding. Like I said, if we lose 48, Delta starts to go negative. So this is their line in the sand. Otherwise the MM's gonna start dumping on them. Nice. Thanks, Kenny. Prick. Wrecked. Yeah. I still don't have vol turned around. Is charm still positive? Mm, no. But it's not very negative. Delta's negative now. Like afraid to short vol here, I think. Oh, getting fucked. Hmm. How's Fubo's options chain looking? There's like 2 strikes on it. What are you talking about? Okay, I bought a put. Thanks for the reversal, Jen. Just say it's looking good. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sure. It's like 2 fucking lines. There's sold calls all the way out to $3. That's my thing. You're welcome. Don't lose Delta again. Gap fill. Not shorting vol hard enough here. I guess we gotta get above the put wall. Back above 50, then they start selling the 50, 55. This still looks like dog shit. It's cool to see put sellers spooked, but I wish they'd do it at a time that was more convenient for me. The Container Store is going nuts. That's something I never wanted to talk about. It's up over 100% jump. I don't see any news. Interesting. What's up, Bjork? Are we at 5,300 yet? No. Bulls are still trying to fight Delta from going negative. It's not working. That's for today, right? Yeah. I love it if the SEC declared war on AI. Weren't they? I thought that was like Gensler was doing that right now. trying to turn dispersion around, but it's not really working. USD JPY is moving up a tiny bit. Why is the 2-year going up? I'm so confused. Why? Are bulls reversing this or what? They're trying. Of course, it's right when I sell my calls and buy puts. Yeah, I mean they're fighting back against it pretty hard. They're not winning, but they're fighting back against it. If they fight for long enough, they might win in the end. You should raise your bid on it after the crash. Ooh, okay. Which means if they lose, they're gonna lose hard. Probably. Yeah, because they're selling too many near the money pits now. Although they are trying to avoid selling those puts. They can't really get the price up if they don't. So it's a catch-22, right? Above 50. Okay, now they might start selling puts closer to the money. So they could get a little, like, each strike they get it higher, they could get a little bit more leverage. What happened to your 6 5500 Cs? I moved the stop and the MM filled them. Yeah, ES is forming an HNS on the 15-minute. It's still super weak. There's like no momentum. Call sellers don't give a shit. Fall spiked again. Holy fuck, this is boring. What's NQ doing? Japanese treasuries are imploding a bit. Carry trade is strained for sure. Well, they expect the BOJ to cut off bond purchases at this meeting, which is going to be rough for keeping their yields in check. Hmm. What about Dell? It'd be a shame for oil to mirror and speed things up a little. Not yet. Okay, Delta's just a little positive. So's Gamma. And Charm is positive, but we're not fucking going anywhere. Why aren't we going up? What did we almost being a useless sack of shit too? Hmm. Video lost 15 again. It's a little bit more drawn out. Apple's weak. Hmm. Should be irreversible. I just need another $55 of downside. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. This fucking bleed down is insane. There's no recovery from here, right? Hmm. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, it's done. Didn't even get a shoulder. Bulls lost it? Yeah. Yeah. Big time. It can't be discerned after $30-ish. It was already discerned at 50. I said if they lost DN, they were like, if they fell into negative delta, they were fucked, right? What don't you understand? Why are you such a fucking idiot? What did you buy? Like a 5300 torque? 5380? I'm not a dick. You don't ask basic fucking questions. I mean, you do, but our definitions of basic are different. Gurk, you are a dick? No, I'm not. Fuck you too, dork. Son of a bitch. Dork has never agreed with me on anything. I mean, you're not, except with people who piss you off. Yeah, that's fair. Is it cool to be a bear again? Shockingly, yes. Bulls just gave it all up. This was the fastest fucking bear rally ever. Hmm. Bear market, bull market, clown market. I mean, I expected us to get rejected at 54.92. I didn't expect us to get rejected 100 bips. Like, what the fuck? 5400 test? I mean, yeah, we're losing 54.25, so there's no support down here. Carvana's intense. Yeah, because it keeps bouncing between 25 and 30. Did the Bulls at least accomplish anything with the run? Risk off, reposition? I mean, Vol's lower now than it was the last time we were down here. I guess that's the win, but seems like a shitty win. One second. What's the fucking point now? Jesus. Rough. Gotta keep that variance down. And it looks like we're headed for like ES 5425. I don't know. We found a little bit of support at 62, but I'm not sure that's going to be very reliable. It's 3 o'clock now. Yeah. Correlation's getting fucked. They're getting squeezed back out of the dispersion trade. Man, if that's all we get for a bear rally, this is going to be rough. This is going to be a rough drop. Maybe this is a 100 BPS bear trap. I don't think so. I think they tried to make it like a 60 BPS bear trap and they got fucking creamed. Where do you think we end the day? Somewhere between 25 and 50. I need to look at tomorrow's positioning. Gamma neutral on NVIDIA is at 106. That's what it bounced off of this morning. Mm. 5425 down to 5400 tomorrow is not very fleshed out. There's some support at 5405. The in the money puts for tomorrow are huge. 5440, 5450. those all came in on this drop. 54.25's big if we fall under it enough. And then puts being bought all the way out to 53.50 at major strikes. $53.75 looks pretty doable. $53.50 might be a little out there. Maybe if the data's bad. There's fucking no straddles at all. Always volatility sure is fun and profitable. It is. It's very nice. Bear song at 53.99. I don't know if we get 53.99 today. Maybe. That seems tough. There's a little ramp below 54.25, but it's not very big. Realize Vulture is fun and profitable. I hedged my 44.90 call with a 44.25 put. Cut the call at 44.35. Learning. Okay. How can you indirectly sell vol? Who's indirectly selling vol? I mean, there's a number of ways, but to what are you referring specifically? Do you still believe in Jimmy, MOASS, or SS? But no? AKA Dork comes back. We'll be back to meetings. I sure hope we go down. Good luck, everyone. That'd be neat. Outside of cash VIX, well, there's dispersion. You can short VIX futures. You say something? You talking shit? I wasn't talking shit. He was. Got him. I'm hungry. What am I going to eat today? You're an hour ahead of me. How can you not eat yet? I don't know. Most days I don't eat until I have dinner. Ortolan bunting. Can we A into close? You mean sell off into the end of the day? Below 54.25. Charm's pretty rough. So A is gonna be a thing now. Fun. Yeah, I got a big one today, right? Didn't you say something about finding a low early and then a secret low at the end of the day? Not end of day, but at the end of like a drop. Capital Lambda. VIX back above 18 by close would be kind of interesting. Why is the 2-year pumping up so much? Forward yield on vols picking up again. VIX, cash VIX correlations almost hit 50%. What happened? Bulls couldn't keep it up. Eat the nearest person to you in physical proximity that has greater personal wealth than you and absorb their holdings. Like, like Kirby? I'm telling you, Japanese bank daddy cut someone off. No, someone's trying to de-risk their position on the trade. Ugh. Is IWM gonna fucking dump into close? Hmm. Chart's gone. Crash signal? Why is still no bear song? Why bear song? You want it to bounce? Thank you, Jade. Activision was already quietly selling AI generated skins for the newest Call of Duty at the end of last year and has laid off some of their art team. Someone de-risked 500 billion, only 19.5 trillion to go. The end is nigh. Fuck the bear song. We drill in oil. Is there a recipe for how far dated a CSP should be? They tend to be easier if you sell them like 30, 45 days out. They're a lot easier to manage. If you do shorter duration, you have to be very, very correct. Hmm. 5350 is pretty far out. 75 would be kind of reasonable. They're trying to push charm positive here. And there's some profit taking on the put side again. How cautious are you generally with ideas like buying options at market open? Sometimes I buy options at market open. It depends on the setup. There could be times when it's really good. Market's really being a crazy motherfucker today, huh? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Bulls finally got a little bit of momentum. Still no positive delta unless we break 45, though. The zero DTE puts are selling off, but we're still getting positioning further out. How dare you, Yeggs? I wake up for market open every day. I'm not sorry. Open-ish. Sometimes I'm awake, I just don't start the stream. It depends on how busy of a morning it is. You know, with a quant plot prediction pool this week, I don't know. We, if we drop under 5,400 tomorrow, Sometimes you start the stream, but you're not awake. How does that work? Do you have a PCE prediction? No, I mean whatever the consensus is probably. I don't know. Consumer purchasing's up a little bit. Core might not drop as much as expected, but I would say that's the only thing that would be off from like GDP PCE. They're gonna save my 5,500 call. We'll see. They're trying. They finally got all the puts they sold back out of the money. We have positive delta here. I'm gonna try to squeeze out the 70 fucking fives again. Dude, what is with today? I guess I know what I'm burning my day trade on. Ooh, maybe I don't have to. Hmm. Yeah, we'll see. We got what, 30 minutes left? Hmm. Interesting. Delta's like flat here, but charm's positive. That was a big fucking push. Holy shit. Two. Hmm. Is charm supportive for the Bulls at this point till end of day? Barely. And if we do more than just fill this gap, it won't be supportive at all. Piece of shit. Oh, that was over quick. Hmm. I have no idea if we're pumping or dumping. This is fun. They tried to pump. It didn't really work out. Hmm. Yeah, they fucked it. They just de-risking sold puts? Someone did. $5,500 end of day. If someone's actually exiting the carry trade, then I presume all the other involved parties can see that. A little bit, yeah. I mean, but right now it's the question of, there's two possible explanations, right? One, someone is pulling back into the BOJ meeting, right? Which is just like some light de-risking, which is all it really looks like right now. Or two, someone's trying to get the fuck out. And so a lot of participants may be kind of on the fence. Like, do we exit? Do we stay in? They did that last time and then piled back in. Yeah, yeah. And fucking QQQ rocketed, right? When's the BOJ meeting? I think it's next week. Is it Wednesday? The FOMC meeting's next Wednesday. It's Wednesday morning. Wednesday morning before the Fed. I feel like I have more market knowledge than the average American, but I have nothing to show for it. Paper trading can be lame at times. Time to enter calls for Microsoft earnings next week. Ooh. How many spreads do you have open? A lot. Google got hammered for the CapEx spend. I wonder if Microsoft will be the same. Probably. None of the fucking A1 or H100 fucking purchases have been realized on anyone's balance sheet yet, so that's got to be coming this quarter or next. Well, except Google. If Amazon, Microsoft, and Apple miss next week, where are we going to be at? 5,200? I'm going to try to straddle QQQ for Microsoft earnings. How much theta should I get? Oh, like 15 minutes? It's usually enough. QQQ trades till 4:15. I think Microsoft usually releases their EPS and revenue at market close. Ooh, I forgot about those. There goes 25 again for the third time today. Oh, support. Weird. What the fuck was that? Today's chart looks like a toddler drew it. Yeah. It does. If we close below 54.25, then tomorrow's for the Bears. I mean, we have data tomorrow. Michigan and PCE, right? Not necessarily. I'll have to see how much like downside repositioning. There's a bunch, right? Like a bunch of puts came in under 50 like 5400. So there should be more liquidity to the downside now after the rally today. But I don't know if it'll be enough or how much it is yet. I'll have to look at OI, and that's going to be after close and before market open. Tesla finally breaking down past WeBull. Okay, perfect head and shoulders today. If we end 53.90, I like to dream. Yeah, I still don't like equities this week at all. They're a bigger mess than the indexes. They're all over the fucking place. I mean, look what happened to Nvidia this morning. Oof, big downs. Yeah. I'd like to see VIX 18 before close. Nope, 35. We're doing $15 candles now, apparently. This is getting wild into the end of the day. So it was almost it was $100 from trough to peak, and they're almost back down. We're down 60, 65 from there. I'm sorry, 80. We hit 92, right? And we're squeezing the sold puts into close. The fuck? 2 million volume on SVIX. Regular is 810K. I think most of the short vol ETFs, like the short vol ETF positions, are getting just destroyed, right? I killed it today. Does that mean I'm a bad trader? A bad trader, or like a bad trader? The CX chart is off the screen. No, it's not. It's falling off the screen. NQ looks pretty ready to dump 1900. VIX 18. Your one DTE 20 interval strangles, super dangerous. I did 15 last night, it worked. Although I barely woke up in time to close my put side, but the call side went deep in the money. I feel like if you bought a zero DTE strangle half an hour ago, you'd be killing it. Hello, bonds? Bonds really aren't doing much right now. Ugh, IWM's about to fail 220 again. Fuck. Alright, let's just do 53.75 tonight, right? What do we got, like fucking 5 minutes? I should have known we'd dump when Dork closed his 53.80, but we deserve a bear song. I'm not playing any bear songs. I have puts. When I close all my puts, I'll play the bear song. Is the Dork the sold indicator part of the beta test? I'm so mad at you. You've taught us risk management and the day out of the last 3 or 4 years, day in and day out of the last 3 or 4 years. I decided to manage risk. I would have been better off overholding. I miss fake Gherk. Fake Gherk misses you too. We're either gonna lose 5,400 or bounce back to 5,425 in the next like 2 minutes. This is fucking crazy. I didn't know you lived in India, Ben. Was WeBull disabled call selling for you? I don't think so. I'm too nervous to let a 0 DT SPX option expire in the money, so I cashed out my 5425p for 500% after being up and down the last hour. Nice, man. This is actually the definition of volatility. It's been a long time. Hello. Dang, dang. Did it. 53.99.61. Whew. Fun stuff. All right, well, that's going to be a thing. IWM managed to hold 220. But watch out if inflation's up tomorrow. IWM will tank. That puts us, well, right at my expected move for the day and 5,400. Not quite the MM's expected move, although we did trade in the full range of all expected moves. Charm here is still should still be pretty negative on the monthly, which means the MM's still the seller of the flat tape under 5,450. We're still really far away from delta neutral on the monthly. Even if it moves down a little, it's kind of out of reach. And we have some liquidity to the downside going into tomorrow. Broke up, formed a head and shoulders, failed that. Looks like our next downside test on ES is going to be somewhere around like 5,425. We could slip the trend and drop down to like 5,400 though. This is, you know, not bullish, to say the least. But commodities are continuing to sell off, although oil did bounce back today, as did copper a little bit. Dow and Russell still up into the end of the day, so we're still getting some flows into breadth, but you know, without the push into tech, that's just not enough to keep the big indexes up. Dollar up a little bit into the end of the day, down against the yen, and yields. I mean, they're moving incrementally higher over the last couple of days, but not much. Correlation, they tried to reverse it. It broke right back down again. Forward yield on volatility, 6.82% at the end of the day. And we're getting a little bit more inversion in the yield curve going into the end of the day as well. Carry trade got leveraged up pretty hard this morning. That failed. Looks like it's starting to fall back down again. Bond vol is still pretty flat, but correlation's catching up to it pretty quick. A little bit more tail risk hedging yesterday, but not much. That was, that's probably going to move down tomorrow with the additional put interest to the downside that came in today. 58.25% of the S&P now above its 20-day moving average, so we're starting to lose breadth as well. I know we got a little bit of a turnaround on that today, but most of it was gone by end of day. And I think RSP almost closed the day flat, right? So, and dropped another 20 points in after hours, so actually negative on the day. So that supportive breath we're getting is starting to fail. We have now moved from I believe it was 42% yesterday to 50% positive correlation between VIX and cash VIX. That's very rapid. We started this week at I believe it was 30%, and we're already up to 50. So we're seeing those become correlated very, very rapidly. And I think, we're obviously seeing short vol starting to squeeze off, VIX and backwardation into the end of the day, not just the contract in front, but like the September contract as well. And Fed fund futures actually pricing out some of the rate cuts that they priced in this morning. Into the end of the day here post 7-year auction, which is interesting because that auction wasn't really that bad. Maybe the market was surprised by the amount of liquidity, but 2 contracts backwardated. Yeah, well, the October contract's pretty high, but VIX isn't too far off of breaking that either, right? I think what's the October contract at right now? It's at like 19.25. And we're already above like we're already above August and September. And technically we're also above we're above November and December and almost above Jan. Has that ever happened? Yeah. It's usually really, really fucking bad though. Right? Because then people want to go long the convexity of VIX futures, right? Which means vol up. Not bad for puts, no. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting day tomorrow, especially with it being Friday and us dropping so low into close. I would say even with the data, there's going to be a lot of carryover on the vol hedge, losing 5,400. And we might get something similar to what we had this morning, where we pushed down at the beginning of the day. And then, we get some profit taking. Full $100 round trip. Yep. Yeah, it'll get, I mean, as vol picks up, it'll get crazier. We'll start to get, 200, 300 BPS days up and down, which gets, I mean, with fucking SPX at 5,000, that's going to get crazy really quick, right? Strangles for the win. Yeah, they're pretty awesome. High vol means even regards like me can make money. We'll see. All right. Thank you guys so much. I will try to actually be up on time tomorrow. And I'll see you later. Have a good night, guys.